All right, and
this might
we
be it. I
are
think I
back.
think I see it here.
Apologize for that short delay,
It's
but we
awesome.
are back up and running, hopefully on X and on YouTube. Welcome,
Yeah, we're
welcome
not
back
going to
to
worry
the
about it right now.
stream. More nightly coverage. Right now, we are just listening to Steve and watching some cams, and I still have Fuego up on the screen. We currently do not have Shadow and Jackie for the evening. I have
Also,
been. Sorry,
Axios.
guys. I have been keeping an eye on their cam just to see if it comes back up, but right now it is down. Anyway, back to Steve.
Has a report, which Faye Tuck's News just mentioned. Axios is reporting that Israel is planning a massive ground invasion of Lebanon. Israel is aiming to seize the entire area of Lebanon south of the Litani River and dismantle Hezbollah's military infrastructure. This could be the largest Israeli ground invasion of Lebanon since 2006, says Axios. This could involve a prolonged Israeli occupation of southern Lebanon. This comes after Hezbollah started launching rockets at Israel during this conflict, I think around a week or two ago. Let me show you where the Litani River is. So that's also going on. Here's Lebanon and the Litani River. What's about 12 miles? How many? Like 18 miles north of the border? I have to look it up. Litani River. Where is it? See, it says Litani River. I have to go find a map. It's going to be hard to look up on this. Hold on. I'll find one for you. Yes, so here's a map right here. Litani River Wikipedia. You can see the river. It's like here. See that right there? So the idea is, according to Axios, they're saying that Israel is planning on conducting a ground operation where they occupy all of Lebanon south of the Litani River. That's new from Axios tonight. Israel planning massive ground invasion of Lebanon, officials say. It could be the largest Israeli ground invasion of Lebanon since 2006. An Israeli official said basically that this got determined after Hezbollah launched more than 200 rockets in a coordinated attack with Iran on Wednesday against Israel. The Litani River is about 18 miles north of the Israeli border. Okay, 18 miles. So that would mean that Israel would go into Lebanon 18 miles in and seize the southern 18 miles of Lebanon. Theresen thinks if they go in, they'll likely never leave. Wall Street says this would be like the fifth or sixth ground invasion. I mean, Israel sent forces on the ground into Lebanon in 2024. I don't think they took over everything south of the Litani River then. I don't think. Well, I know they did, because again, this, according to Axios, this would be the biggest invasion since 2006. There's a lot going on, guys. A lot is happening. I want to take some comments from you guys. I do need to take about 2 minutes here. So we're going to take more from you. I owe some thanks to people too. Hold on a second here. Thank you to Nick 1000F. A report of chemical spills in U.S. airports today. No, there was several Washington, D.C. area airports temporarily shut down because at a air traffic control facility, there was some sort of chemical smell reported. But planes have started taking off from those airports again. So I'll have to look and see if there's any update about that. It wasn't at the airports, the chemical smell. Thanks, Nick 1000. I appreciate that. I haven't heard that anything was actually found causing this chemical smell. I'll have to look and see if there's an update. You know what? Give me 2 minutes. I'm going to come right back and we're going to continue. Does this say 2 minutes or 1 minute? 2 minutes. Perfect. Give me 2 minutes. We're coming right back and we'll bring you more updates here. We need sound. We need sound. Where's the sound? I need sound on the video. Why can't I get sound? Let's see. Oh, I know why. Or do I know why? Let's see. Here? Why is there no sound on this video? Is there a sound on this video? Why is there not sound on this one? Oh, something's wrong. All right, hold on. There we go. There's sound. All right, one moment. Thank you for your patience. Okay. It's raining there. We got to turn the volume off. Hey, a couple thank yous. I owe a couple people thank yous. The Freak Show. I already ate. I ate like an hour ago. Thanks, The Freak Show. And Roday from Turkey. Roday 1 or Roday. Trent 5888, thank you. Bilbo Saggins, thank you. You're saying there's reports of fighting in Lebanon. I'll have to look up. There has been periodic fighting in Lebanon between Hezbollah and IDF. I'll have to check Bilbo Sag and see what I see. Thank you, Kyle HD. Thank you so much, Kyle HD7. Thanks, Matthew Perry. Matthew Perry says, Karg is the key to reopening the strait. It's a key strategic point. Thank you, Mike O. Thank you, Mike. Also, Brett Brewster. Mike doesn't think there are any military targets on Karg Island. Thank you, D.E. Seipel Donna. Thanks, Luis Fernandez. Luis, the entire time we've been on the air, I think there was maybe 1 or 2 missile alerts. And they were not, I don't know if there was like maybe 1 or 2 missiles in that wave. So we haven't seen many launches towards Israel lately. I can't speak to whether we've heard about some alerts in other countries, so they might have launched missiles at other countries, but I don't know. But we haven't had many missile alerts during this stream. Thank you, Dodger Blue to you, who says totally obliterated. I've heard this before. Thank you also, No Not November, who says dark times ahead. Thank you, No Not November from Denmark, and Israel Bishop, and IC Pass, and Red Squirrel. Oh, right now, just as I was speaking, some alerts popped up. These are rocket alerts. These are rocket alerts. Are they northern Israel? Yes. These are not from Iran. These would be rockets. These would probably be Hezbollah rockets coming from Lebanon. If you watch Intel cams, you might see interceptors go up on Intel cams in northern Israel. Albert says, same as Iran, it's their proxy. They are supported by Iran. Hold on, is there also, am I missing something? Is there also a pre-alert for missiles? Oh yeah, there is a pre-alert for missiles. I'm sorry. So that's happening too. So where are the missile warnings going to be? I missed that. The missile warnings are going to be in the north. Like Haifa area, it looks like. Or wait, is it just the north? Yeah, I think it's mostly north. I'm looking at a couple of maps right here from N12. So we're going to be seeing some missile alerts soon. in the north here. Unless, was that it? Were we just looking at it? Were we just looking at it, or were we just? I thought we were looking at rockets. I don't know that we've seen the missile alerts yet. I thought maybe we were seeing rockets from. Yeah, we didn't see that. We were seeing rockets on the. Didn't we see rockets on the northern border? I don't know. I don't know if we just saw the missile alerts or rocket alerts before the missile alerts. So, because I was assuming those came from Hezbollah, but I might have been wrong. New alerts? Oh no, there's that. See, that looks like rockets from Hezbollah right there. These are not more early warnings. Let me check. These are not those are for rockets. So you might see some stuff on Intel cams. Let's see. I am seeing. Yes, there's a pre-alert. There is a pre-alert for Baca and Sharon. Is that Jerusalem? I don't know. I might have that wrong. I'm confused. Let me see. I'm looking right here. It says Sharon and Baca, east and west. North of Tel Aviv. Yes, north of Tel Aviv and east, as one of our viewers was saying. I do have a Tel Aviv camera here. There is Tel Aviv camera. I don't know if it's going to get us anything, but we do have the Tel Aviv camera. Do I have a Jerusalem one here or not? Not there. You know what? I'm going to get the Jerusalem one up in case it's helpful. Let's see here. Yes, I have Jerusalem cam too. There is Jerusalem right there. All right, new alerts right now. New alerts. Where is this? Oh, it's north of Jerusalem. This is north of Tel Aviv. This is all in the north. This might be missile alerts. It's in the north. See, Tel Aviv is here. Jerusalem is down here. So this is south of Haifa, but across here. So I don't think we're going to hear anything on these cams that I have, but we have new alerts. You get a lot of alerts when it's a missile because it's not clear where the missile will go. That doesn't mean there's lots of missiles. Thank you to LT Dark Ghost. Thank you. Also from Turkey, MHSN33Z, who thinks the U.S. and Israel are terrorists. Thanks for watching from Turkey. Thanks, The Freak Show, for the memberships. I really appreciate that. Also, Joseph Calabro, thank you. One of our viewers, Alfredo Gonzalez, says military said targeting the island was a last resort. Does this signal the war is not going as planned? Does anyone see anything on Intel cams in northern Israel? One of our viewers, Splifferton, says, I think it was, war never goes as planned. Is that what they said? It flew by. Cat Tackling says, this war is quite spread out over a lot of area. One of the viewers said, how could it go as planned when it was not planned at all? Zero Tolerance said they hadn't seen anything on Intel cams yet. Katana says no one wins in a war. Blackfooted says quiet on Intel cam. All right, the alerts are gone. Alerts are gone now. Oh, hold on. I had the wrong thing up. I was trying to watch AFP. I was peeking at Intel cams. Why don't we look at, let's go back to we don't need this. Where is that up? Do this. Let's see, where's Tel Aviv? Oh, so this is now Beirut and Tel Aviv. I'm just checking up on a couple things here. Give me a moment, please. Get a little volume there. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I haven't heard yet of any impacts from the latest missile wave. Then I just saw this report. What is this report? There's a report from CBS News. Our viewer Eve 6 mentioned this to me. CBS News says that a man who had been helping to provide security for Jasmine Crockett was killed after a standoff with police, Dallas police. He was wanted for impersonating a law enforcement officer. And he claimed to be one while operating a company that got off-duty work for officers. I'll post the link to that story in the chat. It's the first I'm hearing of the story. I'll post a link if you want to read more about it. I'm not going to really get into it right now. She lost her primary recently. Blues Wasted says, Iran will lose. We are stronger than they ever will be. Is there any way, I'm not aware of this, because remember, Trump announced that the U.S. had bombed military targets on Carg Island after the oil trading closed for the weekend. So I'm not aware that there's like an after hours market, or maybe there is, but like nobody I follow is talking about that. And I haven't seen it anywhere online. So I don't know if there's a way to get a sense of what oil might be trading at. But the official market is not open. I would think if there was an easy way, I'd be seeing people post about it. Real future trading? Sunday at 6, says Trevor. Yeah, Sunday, was it Sunday at 6 or Sunday at 5? But Sunday is when the trading resumes. I just didn't know if, there's. Richard Province says no after hours market for oil. Cheech, one of our viewers said oil futures are closed until Sunday at 6. Let's see here. Oh, one of our viewers said IG has weekend oil prices. AI said some retail brokers offer a specific weekend oil instrument. But the AI article says it can be unreliable. So IG.com has something called, well, wait, it says weekend oil, but it doesn't seem to be caught up. It's WTI crude, but it seems like it stopped at about 5 p.m. I'm looking at the site. Man for some markets thinks those IG instruments are as useless as the weekend Dow. Hey, thanks, man, for some markets for your support. Thank you, ChexQuest. ChessQuest says Gulf War was considered a huge victory with parades in the U.S. afterwards. It lasted 43 days with 300 plus killed in action. Good perspective when comparing to this. Thanks, MHSN from Turkey, who thinks Israel will cease to exist in 2027. Thanks, Michael Hutchinson, who says sounds like a resource war. Donna Simmons, our viewer from the UK, thinks China will go crazy if Trump bombs Karg. She says also it would leak all over. Not good for any country nearby. But again, Trump said he had the U.S. military bomb military targets on Karg Island, which is known for refining and being a place of shipping for most of the oil that leaves Iran. I don't know exactly what was struck on the island. The ground stop is over. Hey guys, look. Update from Secretary Duffy. The ground stop at DC area airports is over. Firefighters confirm there is no danger to air traffic controllers, and they are returning to the Potomac TRACON. The source of strong odor was traced to a circuit board that overheated, and the circuit board was replaced. Thank you for your patience as we get flights up and running again. Truthway says the airports are a mess. Let's see here. For those of you who didn't see it, be aware this is what President Trump posted about Karg Island. Oh, hey guys, President Trump posted something else about Iran as well. I didn't see this one. He said Iran had plans of taking over the entire Middle East and completely obliterating Israel. Just like Iran itself, those plans are now dead. President Trump. Here is this other post. Again, Karg Island, an island which 90% of the oil exports of Iran go through Karg Island. It has deep enough water so that tankers can go there and pick up oil that can't go to the regular coastline. Again, moments ago at my direction, this was about, an hour ago? 2 hours ago. Moments ago at my direction, the U.S. Central Command executed, he says, one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. Again, Karg Island is about 2.5 miles by 5 miles. It's got a lot of things like oil tanks on it and ports and oil facilities. He said, our weapons are the most powerful and sophisticated that the world has ever known, but for reasons of decency, I have chosen not to wipe out the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything, I guess anything more, to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision. During my first term, and currently, I rebuilt our military until the most lethal, powerful, and effective force by far anywhere in the world. Iran has no ability to defend anything that we want to attack, and there is nothing they can do about it. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, nor will it have the ability to threaten the United States of America, the Middle East, or for that matter, the world. Iran's military and all others involved with this terrorist regime would be wise to lay down their arms and save what's left of their country, which isn't much. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Shinbone says winning. Are we setting up a base on the island? No ground troops on the island yet. Will there be? I don't know. Remember also the new ground troops that are being sent to the Middle East? It's supposed to take them over a week to get there. Oh, let me show you an update, a little update from Reuters about the Karg Island story. This is interesting. I'm going to read you something from this. Trump says U.S. Trump says U.S. struck military targets on Iran's Karg Island oil hub. So they say Karg is about 16 miles from the coast, about 300 miles from Strait of Hormuz. Multiple very large crude oil tankers were loading at Karg Island on Wednesday, according to satellite imagery. Markets will watch closely for any sign that the U.S. strikes damaged the island's intricate network of pipelines, terminals, and oil storage tanks. Even minor disruptions could further tighten global supply, adding pressure to an already volatile market. Bob McNally, president of Rapidan Energy Group, said Trump's comments today will focus the market's mind on pathways that this energy disruption, already history's largest, could expand and last longer. Some industry observers expressed doubts that Karg's oil facilities would stay intact. Josh Young, chief investment officer at Bison Interests, said, bombing Karg Island, but not the oil infrastructure, is like going to McDonald's and getting a hamburger with no meat. What's the point? Wow. That's from the Reuters article. One of the viewers said to occupy it is the point. Oh, I guess there was a rocket or missile that hit, or debris that hit in Upper Galilee. according to N12 News in Israel. Shrapnel, I'm seeing reported. Kathy says, I sure hope the Iranian people choose freedom after all this. It's up to them, not Trump. The IDF says Home Front Command search and rescue teams, together with emergency teams, are currently operating at an impact site in northern Israel. So there was some sort of, again, rocket impact, missile impact, shrapnel impact in northern Israel. Thank you to Hotfix. Hotfix says $5 equals 2.16 gallons of light sweet crude oil. Thank you so much, Hotfix92. I really appreciate it. Also, Vigilant Patriot. Thank you. Thanks to Man for Some Markets, who says a dirty proxy might be weakened power meter rates, but that's a stretch even by my madness. I understand. Yeah, so we don't truly know what would have happened with oil prices if the oil market was open when Trump had came out with that announcement. Thanks also, let's see here. Again, IDF says that they have rescue and recovery forces out. There was a report of a missile fall in the north of the country. And I'm trying to find out more information about that. I've seen a picture here, but it doesn't tell you much. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quick break, short break, just for a few minutes. And then we'll come back and do more coverage. We've been busy here. All right, this is live. I'm going to put the audio on. I'll just do that quickly. I'm not making a big meal or anything, just a quick break. By the way, shout out to, where'd it go here? Where is it? Shout out to Pond Mower in Loanado over there on Twitch. Thank you. All right, let me just take a quick break. Coming right back. And I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Hey, that sound isn't me. That sound is the camera. I don't know if it's the camera person or if it's like maybe it's just like the wind blowing or something. I don't know, but it's not me. That's just the camera. Watch. I'll turn off the sound on the camera. See, no more sound. I'm not doing anything different. It's the camera. Now I'll turn it on again. Oh, look, it's back. Was not me. Oopsie. It's been raining there. Hey, shout out to our moderators. Thank you so much to them. Ruth is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. 13 Alamo, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dot, Matthew Kohai 3, and Surly Dev are Facebook moderators. Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson, Linda Belk Larry, and Misha on X. Thank you, Haroon AQ from South Africa. Thanks, Haroon. And also, shout out to our Twitch subscribers, people like My Mind Spray, Hot Richard, Wall Street Shaggy, Annie Cush, Graybeard Games. Turn that down a bit. I think I saw some, was there at some point some anti-aircraft fire it looked like or something going up? Tracer fire, I thought I saw. Oh, I'll put the Tel Aviv shot back on. Cesseron, thanks for being a subscriber on Twitch. Trump's Pool Guy. Thanks, Loanato, for your support. And Bill Huang. Seed Music, thanks for subscribing. Andy in Austin. And just a little anti-aircraft fire or what it was. Yeah, some people are saying a little. Also, thanks to our YouTube members. People like Aaron, B. Rhea Beard, Amy Celeste, Zeppelin, Mick, Femc, Rocket Bombs, Bunny Girl, Mick B52, Haley Spence, Evelyn in Maine, R Rules, New Creation, Allie B from Tennessee, Carl Wallace, B Dart, Warren Tinsley, and LGS. All of our members. Thank you. Paula Faust, Evelyn in Maine. See what's going on here. It's raining there. It's not good weather. The Tel Aviv cam is showing like it's raining there too, I think. Looks like it's wet on the Tel Aviv cam. Hey, what is this? Hold on. Give me a moment here. Reports of explosions heard in Baghdad. I've seen a couple reports claiming Baghdad explosions. I don't know if maybe that's some missiles were fired and they're getting shot down, but I've just seen online in the last couple minutes a couple of unconfirmed reports claiming explosions heard in Baghdad. I don't know what that's about. So let's keep an eye on that. Fars News. Now these are not all Iranian state media reports, but Iranian state media says several loud explosions were heard in Baghdad. Explosion heard in Baghdad, according to Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera says explosion heard in Baghdad, east of the capital. What's going on with that? Trying to get more detail here. A number of reports of this. I just saw another report. A reporter who specialized in the Middle East, Mustafa Sadoun, says residents of the Rafah side of Baghdad are talking about sounds of strong explosions. Oh, do we have a new statement from the Iranian military? Maybe in response to Trump? Oh, hey guys, I think I have a response to Trump issued from, is this the military? Yes, Iranian armed forces, guys. I have a statement from the Iranian armed forces in response to Trump saying that he had ordered the bombing of military targets on Karg Island and threatening to attack the oil infrastructure on Karg Island. So, warning to the aggressive and defeated American regime. In response to the statements of the aggressive and terrorist president of the United States, we announce that in the event of an attack on the oil, economic and energy in the event of an attack on the oil, economic and energy infrastructure of the Islamic Republic of Iran, as we had previously warned, all oil, economic and energy infrastructures belonging to oil companies throughout the region that have American shares or cooperate with the U.S. will immediately be destroyed and turned into a pile of ashes. That is their response. Iranian armed forces statement in response to Trump's threat to attack oil infrastructure on Karg Island, published by Iranian state media. Again, they say that if, I'm going to read this again. Remember, President Trump had said that if Iran does anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider my decision to not wipe out the oil infrastructure on Karg Island. This is from, hold on one more second here. So let me again mention this is the statement that was released, published in Iranian state media, um, which I just saw myself right here, and it's from the Iranian Armed Forces, and it says, in response to the statements of the aggressive and terrorist president of the United States, we announce that in the event of an attack on the oil, economic, and energy infrastructure of the Islamic Republic of Iran, as we had previously warned, all oil, economic, and energy infrastructures belonging to oil companies throughout the region that have American shares or cooperate with the United States will immediately be destroyed and turned into a pile of ashes. This is a statement from the Iranian Armed Forces. Reg Kazimko says a war that will last. Laura says they're arguing over who destroys the oil infrastructure first. Got it. One moment here. Joshua, Texas says I didn't have Karg Island on my bingo card for 2026. Oh, Al Mayadeen reports explosions heard coinciding with heavy U.S. air activity over Baghdad. Intense U.S. aircraft activity over Baghdad, says Al Mayadeen. What is the U.S. hitting? Is the U.S. striking maybe? Are there Iranian militia, pro-Iranian militia targets there? I don't know. Mehr news agency Iran says news sources report an explosion was heard in eastern Baghdad. The nature and the source of the explosion are unknown. Hearing a lot of these reports about Baghdad, don't know what to make of it. Al Arabiya reports echoes of explosions in Baghdad. There it is, our viewer says, Karg Island, big mistake. Oh, Now, this account I follow, Tammuz Intel, it's claiming that this was some sort of assassination attempt. So, hearing about possible airstrikes in Baghdad, maybe targeted strikes on a person, maybe by the U.S., I don't know. But that is being reported now. We're hearing some birds. On the left is the airport. You're looking at on the left in Beirut is the Beirut airport by the water. By the way, today in an interview with Fox News, President Trump said the war would end when I feel it in my bones, he said. He was more measured about whether the Iranians could topple the Iranian government, the Islamic government. He told Fox News today, so I really think that's a big hurdle to climb for people that don't have weapons, he said, citing Iran's paramilitary Basij force, which has played a central role in crushing recent nationwide protests. BMX Kane thinks regime change is not happening. Is it more than likely? More than likely. Reuters reports that Meta, this is unrelated, Reuters says Meta is planning sweeping layoffs that could affect 20% or more of the company as Meta seeks to offset costly artificial intelligence infrastructure bets and prepare for greater efficiency brought about by AI-assisted workers. That's from Reuters. I'm going to post that. I know that wasn't related to this, but I wanted to mention it anyway. The Wall Street Journal has a new story tonight, which you can read at the Wall Street Journal. But it says that Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman General Kane told President Trump that an American attack could cause Iran to close the Strait of Hormuz. Trump told his team that Tehran would likely capitulate, before closing the strait, and even if Iran tried, the U.S. military could handle it. That's according to the Wall Street Journal. They also say that the Pentagon's concerned that if American warships try to escort ships through the strait, they could be targeted. That's a concern I've seen expressed elsewhere as well. Also, the Wall Street Journal is reporting tonight that President Trump has no plans to immediately end the war, and U.S. military officials said the conflict would likely last a few more weeks at least. Pancakes and Bacon says, what happened to 2 weeks? He was also saying early on 5 weeks. We're now getting into week 3. We're just about at week 3. In a few hours, it'll be week 3. Hey, is this Carg Island? Hey, what did President Trump just post, guys? President Trump posted a video 18 minutes ago. What is this? Sorry, I didn't see it. One of our viewers mentioned it. So he just posted a video with no caption. Is this supposed to be Carg Island? It just says unclassified. What are we looking at? Does anyone know? Is this Carg Island? Oh, look. Yes, hold on. Hold on. Is that right there? Is that the airfield? Is that the airfield? I bet we can tell. Does it look like this? It does, doesn't it, right? Yes, it looks just like it. Am I wrong? No? I don't know. Yes, it has these. That's Carg Island. President Trump posted a video from Carg Island. All right, hold on a moment. We're going to have to watch this. President Trump has posted a video from Carg Island. Did the Defense Department post it? Hold on. President Trump posted video, apparent video of today's U.S. military strikes on Carg Island on his Truth Social with no caption below it. I'm going to play it for you right now. If it works here. All right, so this does appear to be Carg Island. It looks just like it on. It looks like the airfield, and you see these things here. So this appears to be, and you can see he posted it 21 minutes ago, and there's no comment on it. Let's watch this again. I'm going to make it bigger here. It's about a minute long. Thanks to the viewer for letting me know he had posted. I didn't even know he had posted. So that's right next to the runway, but it's not the runway. See the runway there? Oh, he hit the runway. He hit the runway. They hit the runway. Breaking news. They hit the runway. They hit the runway. Wow. President Trump posted this video. What did they hit? Said one of the viewers. All right, so that was the video. That's the video he posted with no comment. He didn't even say what it was, but it's clearly Carg Island to me because look, you can just see. There is Carg Island here, and there's the airport with the runway here. Oops, you can't see it. Why can't you see this now? Oh, I know why you can't see it. Hold on. Yeah, so there's the runway, and then see how you see these things here? These things with the, I don't even know what you call this shape. A Y shape. These Y-shaped buildings, you can see these in the video at the start. Right there. See, there are the two Y-shaped buildings, and there's the runway. So this, I mean, I don't see what else it would be. Wow. Wow. So we're going to show that again in a second. There is some sort of rocket alert going on. Where is the alert? Hold on. Now I'm lost. I have too many things open on my desktop. That's the problem. I have way too much open on my desktop. Let's... I think there might have been a rocket alert in northern Israel a moment ago, but it's not there anymore. Let's watch this video again that President Trump posted of Karg Island. Hey, a quick thank you to Steve Sutton. Thank you. Billy B. Eris Kalar. Slinky Tax. Haley Spence. Slayer Man. Thank you. Sobek. Haroon Aq. Thank you for your support. One moment. Thanks, Loenado. All right, here again, let's watch President Trump's video that he posted video of the strikes on Karg Island. Here it is. Looks like they hit the runway. I don't know what these targets are. Couple of buildings by the runway and then the runway itself. By the way, I'm assuming that can be fixed. Like they would just, I don't know how easy it is, but they would pave it over, I would assume. I don't know how long it takes. I don't know what this is destroying there. Maybe there's something underground. Was that a road? Did they bomb a road? I can't even see. Now remember, President Trump described this as, he said this was one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East. That is what President Trump said. He said this was one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East. Some of our viewers are claiming it's AI. Oh, School Blah says maybe it was radar. Somebody says bunker bombs. I don't know, maybe it would take, I don't know how many, I don't know if that the runway would take days or weeks. Yes, Trump said that the strikes totally obliterated every military target on the island. But he said he chose not to wipe out the oil infrastructure out of decency. Remember, 90% of oil exports in Iran go through that island. The buildings next to the airport, here, look. We saw a couple buildings next to the runway hit. Something here. I guess maybe a couple of these buildings were destroyed or something. I don't remember which one it was. There are some buildings there. The traffic control tower is next to the building? I don't know. there? I'm not sure. Radar? Also, where were those other places? So I guess the other places that were bombed are probably in here somewhere. There's a gas power plant in here. I don't know that that was bombed. But, I mean, it's only such a... The island is not that big. So those open areas have to be in the middle here somewhere. Because they're not down here. Air defense site, says one of our viewers. Hang on a moment here. Governor Mike DeWine of Ohio posted, and he said, I have been advised by Ohio's Adjutant General that 3 of the 6 service members killed during the air refueling mission in Iraq were Ohioans deployed with the Ohio National Guard's 121st Refueling Wing. Fran and I are deeply saddened by this news and offer our sincere condolences to their families. They haven't been identified yet. I think, if I remember right, the Central Command said they were waiting family notification. We had mentioned an explosion in Baghdad, or explosions. Mustafa Salim of Washington Post said, another attack has been reported in Baladiat area, which is known to have a significant presence of armed factions in eastern Baghdad. Sources indicate the operation appears to be another assassination attempt with a drone targeting a car. Stuck in Ohio says they were identified in Ohio news outlets. I hadn't seen that. Al Arabiya says, AFP says, 1 killed in targeting of a car in the Rusafa area of Baghdad. The Economist has a new article where they say that Gulf states are burning through interceptors. They say that hold on a second here. They say if our analysis is correct, some countries' stocks of interceptors may be running low. They don't have exact numbers, though. Something to keep in mind. Andrew Morris believes Iran's missiles are very low as well. They also had an article talking in The Economist called "Can America Clear the Strait of Hormuz of Iran's Drones and Mines?" They say escorting convoys of oil tankers with warships may give Iran juicy American targets. They also say shipping sources say the Navy so far has declined repeated requests for protection. An expert that they talked to, The Economist, said that American forces have not yet reduced Iran's capabilities to the point at which escorts can deal with the remaining threats. Another expert said you would have to tackle the missiles first, the missiles and the drones and the fast boats that Iran has before you would go after the mines. Minesweepers are poorly protected and would struggle to operate under fire. America's technological advantages are blunted in confined waters, like the Strait of Hormuz, says The Economist. Drones and missiles reach their targets more quickly, for instance. Moreover, warships are in some ways more vulnerable to damage than larger tankers, which have double hulls. I've seen some experts say that you would need multiple experts have said you would need to take the land over on the coast of Iran to really make it safe for ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz again. You'd have to control the Iranian coast. Because if you don't, it would be Iran could target the ships. Remember, here is the strait and here is the Iranian coast, including Keshim Island. I saw some speculation today that maybe the U.S. would try to have forces take Keshim Island. Micro Room thinks this will take years like the Ukraine war. That's what Micro Room says. Delete Omatic says, I also think it takes years. Truthway says, this excursion is going to take longer than I thought. Sandy Doggo says, Americas in fantasy land think they can magically take what they want. Good luck. I do wonder, though. I mean, we've talked about this, but with all the munitions that have been used and the missiles that have been fired and the interceptors that have been used, could we see as days go on, lesser of those lesser airstrikes and lesser missiles fired and drones fired, just because of the supply limits? I don't know. Nori thinks China will take Taiwan and the USA won't be able to help. Oh, I can't show it. I don't own the rights to it. Our viewer Joe M said, did we cover Scott Bessent absolutely shaken after being pulled from the interview? Wasn't that a clip from yesterday where he was doing an interview? Then he was told he had to go see, I think, President Trump. Then he came back like an hour and a half later or something. And some people online said he looked all shaken up. I don't know how different he looked than how he normally is. I would have to go back and watch a lot of his videos. So there's this theory online that he was really shaken up after it. Liam Mooney thinks he was being his usual odd self. Turned off said maybe Trump said something super funny. Hey, thanks to Sean Harmon. Sean says, if you bomb a runway with no planes visible, you're keeping someone there, not keeping someone out. Thank you, Sean Harmon. Thanks also Weasel Man and Steve Sutton in Driving Sue and Cyrus the Virus. Steve Sutton says, Iran is almost dead. Thank you, Steve Sutton. Billy B35, thank you. I think I thanked Slinky Tax. Darren Lee says Iran will just keep the Strait of Hormuz closed until petrodollar collapses. I mean, the threat, pretty much Trump's threat tonight was, if you keep the strait closed, I'm going to destroy the oil capacity at Karg Island, where 90% of the oil leaves from. I mean, that's the implied threat here in what President Trump said. So either they let ships go the Strait of Hormuz, or they're not doing what President Trump wants them to do. Let's see what happens, says Jesse James. Yeah, I mean, are ships going to try to go through now after this? Will we see another ship get attacked? If you, Florida says Karg even has a hotel. If you see another ship get attacked, then keep this in mind. Douthis says if Trump does that, it's going to destroy the oil market for decades. This could have an impact when the markets open on Sunday, when the oil markets open again. This whole thing. Corporate billionaire says $200 per barrel incoming. Here's the now I don't know that everything shows up. This is from marinetraffic.com, a ship tracking and marine analytics provider. Marine traffic. That is the Strait of Hormuz. Not much there. That ship's going through. That ship maybe is going through 9 knots. Oh, that's an Indian sailing vessel, it says. Anyways, supposedly Iran has been letting ships go through that are carrying Iranian oil. This is interesting. Are all these ships going somewhere, or are they just pointed this way? 9 knots, 9 knots, 10 knots. Are they leaving the strait? Let's see. Can we actually get the past track? Well, that's kind of confusing. I don't know what happened with that. I want to get rid of this thing here. You see how all of those ships are pointed down and they're going south? They're not just stopped. I don't know. One of our viewers says spoofed data. It's jamming. Really? Is marine traffic GFS spoofing? I mean, there's this whole line here. Is this some kind? I mean, see that there? Maybe there's a reason they would line up like this. Has it been like this the whole time? I don't remember seeing it like this, but who knows? Wait, when people say yes, what do you mean yes? Spoofing? When you say spoofing, you're saying they're spoofing to mess with who is doing it? Iran? Sometimes a country will mess with the GPS signals. Well, to prevent itself from getting attacked. Or I guess the boats could mess with GPS. I don't know if that's happening. I don't know. I don't know if that's going on. Would it do that? Would it just show these ships lined up like this? I was wondering if they're just lined up like that because they have nowhere to go and this maybe that's like the safe way they line up or something. But I haven't been checking this every day. Every few days I might check, but I don't remember it looking like this. This is beyond my purview though, so I don't know. I have a question. I wonder if I ask AI, what will it say? If I ask AI, is it going to give me some sort of interesting answer? Hold on, let's see. I don't know. Or we'll just make up something. I'll try it. Why are the ships lined up in lines like this? Straight up moves. I'm giving the AI a screenshot. Now, for whatever it's worth, this is what Gemini AI says. I don't know if this is correct. It says those perfect lines of ships are an illusion, a phenomenon known as GPS spoofing or electronic fog of war. Reports from this week indicate that intense GPS jamming and spoofing have been detected off the coast of the UAE. Instead of showing a ship's true position, the interference forces AIS transponders to report false coordinates. These often snap to a single spoofed line or geometric pattern. In reality, most of these ships are likely anchored or drifting in safer waters outside the strait, waiting for the security situation to improve. That's what it says. I said, well, who is spoofing and why, if that's true? I don't know. AI said the most likely source is UAE and regional allies. They are trying to create a defensive force field against Iranian missiles and cheap one-way attack drones because many of those weapons rely on GPS to find their targets. But commercial ships caught in this splash zone have their navigation systems hijacked. The Revolutionary Guard is using spoofing as a tool of gray zone aggression to force commercial tankers into Iranian territorial waters or to mask their own shadow fleet movements. Oh, Iran has been accused of luring ships into Iranian waters by spoofing their GPS coordinates, making a captain believe they're in international waters when they've actually drifted into Iranian territory, giving Iran a legal pretext to seize the vessel. Also, some of the weird data is coming from ships themselves to avoid being targeted by Iranian missiles or drones, supposedly. Anyways, so for what it's worth, Gemini AI thinks the ships are not actually lined up like that, and that is a result of GPS spoofing. I don't know. I don't know, but it's interesting to consider. Gem AI says everyone spoofing each other. Supposedly, Iranian state media says 15 explosions were heard on Iran's Karg Island during U.S. attacks. Oh, there's some sort of report in state media about the Karg Island attack. Where is it here? If I could find it. Oh, I have a report from Iranian state media, supposedly about the Karg Island attack. Hey, look at this. Hold on. It says, an hour ago, Karg Island was targeted by enemy airstrikes. Field sources informed the Fars correspondent more than 15 explosions were heard on the island. During these attacks, the enemy attempted to damage the Army's defenses, the Goshen Naval Base, the airport control tower, and the Continental Shelf helicopter hangar. Field observations also indicate thick smoke rising from the island. These sources announced that none of the oil infrastructure was damaged in these attacks. Iran had warned about the consequences of attacking the country's energy infrastructure, saying that in this case, all the oil and gas infrastructure in the region in which the U.S. and its allies have an interest would be set on fire and destroyed. After these attacks, Trump claimed the U.S. had targeted all military targets on Karg Island. The enemies had previously announced the complete destruction of the island's defense systems, but the reactivation of the defenses on the island an hour after that round of attacks on Karg invalidated their claim. They say they still have defenses active on the island. Trump also repeatedly claimed to completely destroy Iran's missile capabilities, but the wave of missile and drone attacks have reached their 48th round. That is from state media. Thank you, Mama Cat, who says there's a Strait of Hormuz website. Thanks, Mama Cat, by the way. Thanks, Pac Tessem, who says GPS spoofing by satellite allies are doing this. Thanks, Lewis R. Oh, Marine Traffic posted a tweet days ago. I'll check. Thank you, Lewis R. I appreciate that. Jasper Axelrad as well. Thanks, Jasper. Also, Crazy Yoda. Crazy Yoda, yeah, I actually posted that news item before. The New York Times reported that a U.S.-made launcher fired missiles from Bahrain toward Iran, It's unclear if the U.S. or Bahrain launched the missiles. It appears to be the first confirmed instance of an attack on Iran originating from a Persian Gulf country since the war began. That's from the New York Times today. I posted a link to that in the chat and on my X account, which you can see there. It's a New York Times article. Most of the Gulf countries have denied that and have publicly ruled out allowing their land or airspace to be used for military operations against Iran, even though most of them host U.S. military bases. That is in part because their governments fear being dragged further into a war that has already thrown the region into chaos. The government of Bahrain said in a statement they have not participated in any offensive operations. Thank you, Crazy Yoda. Again, you can see that report on my X account. Also, read the freaking comics, who says not securing the strait before starting this mess will go down as the dumbest decision by a president during wartime ever. #winning. Thanks, BBG. Thank you also, Sean Harmon and Weaselman. Hang on. Oh, there you go. Good spot by Lewis. So this is a few days ago. Marine traffic. See the line of ships like moving in a straight line, right? They said a new satellite navigation interference pattern was detected off the coast of Ras Al Khaimah a few days ago. Unlike this interference creates the appearance of vessels moving in a straight line toward the Strait of Hormuz, even though the vessels are not actually following that trajectory. This movement is artificial. Vessel tracks show clear inconsistencies when compared with simultaneous vessel movements and reporting headings, indicating the apparent transit is a result of navigation interference rather than real vessel activity. So I think maybe that's similar to what we were looking at. I mean, there it looks like a straight line thing, which is similar to what we were seeing in the current marine traffic map. Go to marinetraffic.com and check that out. Thank you for mentioning that, Louis R. Hey, thanks also to Redin. Hey, AZ Intel's dad. Thank you, AZ Intel's dad. That's so kind of you. Thanks for your generous support. That's really nice of AZ Intel's dad. Oh, I found the post about Trump talking about, where is it here? Hold on. Where he told The Guardian in 1988 about Karg Island. In 1988, Trump told The Guardian in an interview, he said, where is it here? He told The Guardian, I'd be harsh on Iran. They've been beating us psychologically, making us look like a bunch of fools. One bullet shot at one of our men or ships, and I'd do a number on Karg Island. I'd go in and take it, he added. That was back in 1988, he said that. Where is the... I'm not seeing an alert at the moment. Oh, um, Black Irish mentioned that tankertrackers.com, which specializes in covering oil tankers, they posted some analysis about the Karg Island story, where Trump said he bombed military targets on Karg Island, and they said it has a military presence like everything else in Iran. That will most likely get replaced ASAP from the mainland. They say the oil tanks there are likely unscathed, for example. Anyways, it accounted for 96% of Iran's crude oil exports in the past year. I'll post a link to that if you want to look at what they said. You know what, guys? Let me check and see if I have any big updates. But if not, as I've been saying, it's a marathon, not a sprint with this. This could be going on for a long time. It appears we have thousands of new Marines going to the region that are not supposed to be there for over a week. I think we may be getting close. I think we may be getting close. Scott thinks it's going to be going on for months and months. Red Squirrel says we're in for the long haul. Yeah, I think it might be a good time to start maybe wrapping up this stream. Obviously, I can, if there's more big news, I can come on and do another stream later. That can always happen. But I think we're getting there. I do. I think we're getting there. But I appreciate you being with us for another day of coverage. Who knows what'll happen tomorrow? And I'll keep an eye out tonight too. But again, thank you for joining, everyone, and thanks for sending in updates and sending in your chat messages and your comments and your updates. So if you want, you can subscribe and follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. Just checking for updates here. Subscribe, follow Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. Agenda Free TV. Also, turn on the notifications. I can't tell you in advance when big news is going to happen. I'm going to have to rush on the air. So if you don't want to miss a stream, make sure you turn on our notifications. We have our own notification set up through Discord. It's free. It's easy to sign up. The mods will post a link in the chat to sign up for the notifications. And you can find that sign up link on YouTube and Facebook in the description of this video. But sign up for the free notifications. And also, I will post updates on my X account at Lookner. You can follow me over there for breaking news updates. By the way, for those watching on Facebook, if you're watching on Facebook, Facebook ends the stream after 8 hours. We're close to 8 hours. So if you're watching on Facebook during as we wrap it up here and it finishes, I'm not going to restart it. Let me just shout out a couple people on Facebook. We've had our moderators over there, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Paul Anderson. Thank you, Charlotte Webb. Our subscribers on Facebook, like Susan Priest Buchner. And thanks for the Facebook stars, Susan. Dolly Clark and Kay and Margaret Riley. And hey, Jimmy the Boots. Thanks, Jimmy the Boots, for the Facebook stars as well. Shannon Davis Hughes moderating. Barry Eisler, thanks for subscribing. So I just want to shout out the Facebook people because they might have to go sooner than the rest of everybody else if we reach 8 hours. Christy Claff, thanks for subscribing. All of our Facebook viewers. All right, let me also... Oopsie. William Bowser, thanks for the Facebook stars too. Hey, all of our moderators, thanks for being here. That's how we can have our chat rooms. We couldn't have them otherwise. Our mods are awesome. They're the best. And thanks for keeping things under control in the chat, moderators. Ruth over there. Thanks, Ruth, for all the modding and everybody else on YouTube. And also we thank the Facebook moderators, our Twitch moderators, DeBears, LB Peridon, Surly Dev, also Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. All of our moderators, thank you. And hey, thanks to everybody who donated. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. That is so nice of you guys. That is how this channel can exist. That is how I can buy news footage and all that. So huge thanks for supporting the channel. Wow. I owe some more thank yous here. I was trying to get to everybody. But Tim94, thank you. Infinity HD from Switzerland, I believe. Thank you, Infinity HD, for watching. Sobek, check your emails. I'll check my emails. I'll check my emails, Sobek. Thank you. CPR Works, thank you. Hold on a moment here. Thank you, CPR Works 7394. Thank you, Get In Brave. And Princess Teapot and Tracy Henkin and Mama Cat. Reg Junglist over on Twitch, thank you. M Bunny Lady on Twitch. Trump's Pool Guy on Twitch. CC on Twitch. Cuddly Kitties on Twitch. Thank you. Hey, by the way, another good way to find out when we're live, if you're on X, follow Agenda Free TV. I always post there. I give you a heads up before we go live. I post updates about the channel there at Agenda Free TV. Follow over there. And we do have a chat where you can chat with other viewers when we're not live. Our Agenda Free TV Discord chat. It is free. Check it out. A bunch of our viewers like doing that. It's free, and you can find it at the same link as the free notifications link, the free Discord chat. Thank you so much to our Discord moderators who help us out with the Discord chat. Also, for those of you who watch on YouTube, I would recommend sign up for the YouTube notifications, but it's a little tricky to do that. What you need to do is you need to subscribe. Oops, you can't see it right there. You'll see it in a second. I'll show you in a second how to do this. You need to subscribe to the channel. Then you click the bell and you choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, well, click the bell and choose all notifications. So you get the notifications. All right. So we mentioned the Facebook subscribers. I want to mention the Twitch subscribers again. Thank you so much to all of them for supporting the channel. DeBears, Barcodable, Jack's Animals, Wall Street Shaggy, CC, Seed Music, Boba J. Fett, Trump's Pool Guy, Atomic Farting, My Mind Spray, Douthis, Boba J. Fett, I think I said that already. All of the other Twitch subscribers. G Wiz, Annie Cush. Thank you, Twitch subscribers. And all of our YouTube members as well. Oh my gosh, thank you, YouTube members. Eric Johnson, Ben Van, App L, Anita Modaluski, Cherry Cola, Logan Sun, QXR45, Platinum Dose, Survivor, Least Trustworthy Weasel, Turned Off, New Creation, Evelyn in Maine, Gregory Scherer, Patriot Sicilian, El Anna, QXR45, Zinc Man, Paula Faust, LGS, Patriot Sicilian, thank you. All of our other viewers too. CAC813, Turned Off. And also, did I thank our subscriber Douthis? I hope I did. Thanks Raptor Jesus for watching. Tuna, thank you Tuna for watching. Hectate, Brittany Baby Girl, Stream the Memes, Scoobs, thank you. Dankotron. Again, if there's some huge news, I can always come back on the air and do another stream. We haven't done that in a while, but we'll see what happens. Thanks, Patrick Chufondo, Nyongo. Thank you to Martha Crawford. Thanks for subscribing. Avril Louise Urquhart. Thank you. Terry Elgonda. Thank you. David Karshan. Dolly Clark. Juliana Martin. Audrey Burbank. All right, we're really wrapping it up. Let me do a last check here and just see what I see. But there's been a bunch of talk about today. It doesn't seem like it's ending anytime soon. All right, guys. I think we've gotten to that place. I think we have gotten to that place. All right, that is it for now. Thank you again for tuning in. I really appreciate you guys being here. And hold on a second here. And oh, thanks QXR45. I appreciate that. We will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.
Due to an Israeli airstrike.
Alright guys, we are going to go back over to Fox News for a little bit and just catch up on some of the things that we may have missed during Steve's broadcast.
Our Jewish brothers and sisters deserve to worship without fear. Children in any school, field, or in Dearborn Heights, or anywhere around the world deserve to attend school. When tension rages abroad in ways that threaten our shared sense of safety, we cannot allow that to divide us or to normalize harm against innocent people. Over the past 24 hours, several residents, school principals, business owners, and congregated forums from across the city have reached out to me directly to share incidents of heartbreaking language, hostile encounters, or behavior that felt unsafe. I want to remind you that if you experience anything like this, please contact the Dearborn Heights Police Department immediately. Do not wait. Do not second guess yourself. It helps us respond quickly, identify patterns, and prevent further harm. Community awareness is one of the strongest tools as we have to keep each other safe. In response to yesterday's event, we have increased patrol around houses of worship, schools, and community gathering spaces. Our police department is in an active coordination with regional, federal partners to ensure that every congregation and every religion has the support and protection it needs, especially as we enter the final days of Ramadan and Lent. To our residents and business community, you are often the first to notice when something doesn't feel right. To our residents and business community, please continue to stay alert and communicate with law enforcement if you see behavior that raises concern. Your role in keeping our neighborhood safe is invaluable. And with our Jewish community, just as we stand with every resident of Dearborn Heights who's feeling a weight of interconnected tragedies. My heart is with all of those who are grieving, all of those who are frightened, and all of those who are trying to make sense. Let us all meet this moment with compassion, steadiness, and renewed commitment to protecting one another. I will not be taking questions. I'll turn this over to our Dearborn Heights Police Chief, Michael Gazowski.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a few quick words here. Just want to thank everybody again for coming out today. It's nice to see a turnout like this for our community. I want to begin by acknowledging that has captured where information has been confirmed that an individual who was a resident of our city has been identified as the suspect in a disturbing act of violence at a synagogue in West Bloomfield. The nature of this offense and its broader global political fear within our community. First and foremost, I want to be clear that this incident did not occur in our city. However, because the individual maintains ties to our community very seriously, I speak for all of our officers and say that our thoughts and concerns are with anyone impacted by this event. From the moment we became aware of the suspect's connection in our city, I immediately initiated communication with our law enforcement partners involved in this investigation. This included local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies. Our department has coordinated information sharing, intelligence support, and logistical assistance as requested. Third, that any relevant records, background information, or investigative leads are provided through the appropriate law enforcement channels. At this time, there is no credible information indicating any ongoing threats to our residents within our city stemming from this incident. Nevertheless, we have taken precautionary steps, including increased situational monitoring and continued communication with our law enforcement partners to ensure the safety of our community here in Dearborn Heights. We recognize the impact this situation may have on the reputation and sense of security within our community. One individual's actions do not define our city or our values or people who live here. Our residents are law-abiding, resilient, and deeply committed to public safety and mutual respect. We ask the public to maintain awareness at all times and to help us in our mission of public safety. Please call the Dearborn Heights Police Department to report any unsettling or suspicious activity, any communication or behavior that you may find suspicious. The Dearborn Heights Police Department is fully committed to safety and security for all of our residents, and we will work around the clock to ensure that our residents are safe. Again, we will continue to monitor any available intelligence and investigate any reported threats or possible retaliatory actions. Thank you.
Was the suspect on law enforcement's radar at all?
Thank you, everybody. This concludes our event tonight. Please make sure you sign up for for all our correspondence that comes out of the city, and we look forward to our collaboration. Thank you.
You were just listening into that press conference from a little bit earlier in Dearborn. We want to thank everybody for tuning in for Live Now for Fox tonight. We're going to go into our overnight playlist now and play some of the biggest stories of the day that you've been wanting to hear. So thank you so much for tuning in. Again, I'm Jay Russell. Have a good night.
Jennifer Griffin, tracking the latest in the Middle East. Let's watch.
The Pentagon is sending the USS Tripoli, a Marine Amphibious Ready Group, and the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit with about 2,500 U.S. Marines to the Middle East. The Tripoli is stationed out of Japan and would take about 2 weeks to arrive in the Gulf. The Pentagon has a plan to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, but it is slow-going work suppressing the threat posed by Iranian drones, fast boats, and mines. 2 oil tankers, one of them U.S.-owned, were hit by Iranian explosive-laden boats and drones near the Iraqi port of Basra this week. Iran has attacked 16 commercial ships since the war began.
Before I think we want to take anything through there at scale, we want to make sure to do that safely and smartly.
They are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with, we have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it.
In a written statement read by an Iranian state television presenter, the new supreme leader vows to keep the Strait of Hormuz closed. Iran has long relied on an asymmetric naval threat, a tactic it relied on during the tanker wars in the 1980s during the Iran-Iraq War. President Ronald Reagan sent the U.S. Navy to escort reflagged Kuwaiti oil tankers in 1987. That's when Iran's Navy perfected the art of speedboat attacks. Retired Navy Commander Kirk Lippold was the commanding officer of the USS Cole when it was hit by an al-Qaeda small boat laden with explosives.
A number of things are available to them, including land-based anti-ship cruise missiles that could be fired. In addition, they have drones. They have vessels that are purpose-built, laden with explosives that we've seen used in the past couple days. All it takes is one shot and getting lucky, more than skill, that would cause problems for the United States Navy.
Any naval officer concerned about keeping the strait open will remember May 17, 1987, when 37 American sailors were killed on board the USS Stark, a Navy-guided missile frigate sent to escort tankers in the Persian Gulf after an Iraqi warplane mistook it for an Iranian ship. In Washington, Jennifer Griffin, Fox News.
Okay. Let's get a live look at the White House. The time in the nation's capital, just past 8:30. We do welcome you back into Live Now from Fox. I'm Austin Westfall. Let's get the latest on the war in Iran and the wider Middle East with Professor Alon Burstein. He's here with me, and we have a lot to get into with Alon. Starting off with some viewer questions, Alon. Ryan asking a question about what are the possible repercussions for bombing the, quote, crown jewel of Iran? Is NATO on board with the U.S. doing this? Are other more powerful nations like China likely to intervene if it's influencing the oil supply? Just to give some context before we get into this, because people might be wondering what exactly Ryan is alluding to. President Trump sent this out moments ago, saying, at my direction, the U.S. is executing one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. So back to Ryan's question, Alon. What are the possible repercussions for bombing the quote-unquote crown jewel? What is Karg Island?
Good to see you, Austin, and it's a great question. That is what a lot of people are asking with regards to what the United States is doing right now to specifically facilitate the mobility of oil and trade going through Hormuz, not just bombing Iran's navy, but more specifically with regards to what might be hampering the oil trade and gas trade and ships going through Hormuz. The Straits of Hormuz in general have a lot of different islands in them. Most of them are in Iranian sovereign territory and under their control. If you want to expand the map to me, I can actually show this in this new interactive map that I'm looking at here. So we have in the Straits of Hormuz, if we zoom in, there are all these little islands in and around here. You see all these little islands on these different areas. Each one of these is extremely strategic because rather than having to fire missiles or drones from the different areas in Iran itself, if you have a small airstrip over here or over here, then what you can do is simply fire a drone, and it has to travel now 2 miles before it strikes an oil tanker rather than being fired from Iran itself. And these red dots are in fact where the United States or Israel have carried out airstrikes to try to target different Iranian interests on these islands. Where Harag Island is this island over here. So if I'm zooming out again, so we can see this is Iran, this is southern Iran over here, and it's this island over here where you see now a new red dot has appeared, and that is the U.S. airstrikes that have been carried out over the last 24 hours. The importance of this is in two different things. And by the way, I'm looking down at my phone because there's currently missiles that are fired from Iran. They were just sirens that went off in northern Israel, and now there's another round coming. I'll let you know where those are targeting the minute I hear. This is a preemptive warnings.
Copy.
So the importance of targeting Harag Island, I would say, is two things. One, it is signaling to the world. The Trump administration is extremely concerned about the oil trade in the world. Ultimately, this is going to be what makes or breaks the United States continuing in the war or not is going to be the economic situation with regards to the Straits of Hormuz. We've already seen the pressure that Trump has had chastising oil companies for not sending their ships through. There was a report today that India is trying to bypass even the United States and negotiate with Iran directly to allow its ships through the Straits. These pressures are going to mount. So Trump is trying to signal to the world, we're taking this seriously. We're taking this seriously. We are going to be doing whatever we can to stop Iran from targeting ships in that area. A second thing that may be emphasizing is more a strategic turn or tactical turn on part of the United States, because like I said, this is one island and it's very strategic. It's right near an important port over here, but there are lots and lots and lots of different Iranian islands over here. Theoretically speaking, this is something that Trump may do in order to find a bit of a middle ground with regards to putting boots on the ground. Everyone knows Trump does not want wars and does not want to engage the United States into a protracted war. Again, I say theoretically because most people assume he wouldn't enter into the war with Iran right now. But it is pretty clear that he does not want to send U.S. ground troops to Iran. The islands in the Straits of Hormuz might be a middle ground. They might be a way to say, I'm not sending troops to invade Tehran and be involved in massive, ground urban warfare, but taking over these little islands is something that would be a lot easier. Now, Iran obviously knows this, and Iran obviously is preparing for this, but I think that this is a signal both to the oil companies, to the oil shareholders, as well as to Iran trying to say, I'm starting to look at these islands, and I'll do what I can, both to send a signal that the oil trade can continue, but also remember, I might choose that as a middle ground. I think that's the importance and why Trump bothered to tweet about this. He doesn't tweet about every military operation that the United States does. This, he bothered to specifically put out a very, very long message about. So I think that's what that's trying to signal, at least.
Yeah, earlier in the evening, President Trump was boarding the plane on his way to southern Florida. And by the way, I've been asking around. It appears we don't have any live vantage points in northern Israel at the moment. Sometimes alone alerts us of these inbound missiles potentially, and then we can actually...
There are inbound missiles now ahead of the Sharon. That's more central Israel. I don't think you have a camera there.
No.
Because you have cameras set up in Tel Aviv. The Sharon is more the northern parts of Israel over here. So unless you have a camera further north, I don't think we're going to be able to get any live footage of that.
Yeah.
But again, I'll update if there's any news that comes in about those missiles specifically.
Yeah, and one thing that we continue to track, as you mentioned, we've got Tel Aviv here. The other live vantage point we've got is in the suburbs of Beirut, where the IDF has continued to target Hezbollah infrastructure. By the way, this is something that we got moments ago from Reuters. Yes, there it is here. So this was interesting. I was mentioning President Trump getting on the plane. He did a quick gaggle with reporters. He said that the U.S. and Israel, the objectives between the U.S. and the Israeli perspective in the Iran war might be a little different alone. In what ways could Trump be talking about?
So firstly, yesterday, we had the first time that Israel, under Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu, actually put out official aims of the war. Until now, Israel's made a lot of statements, but never said this is what we want to achieve. Whereas the United States put out explicit 4 aims of the war. They included Iran never getting nuclear weapons, curtailing the ballistic missile program, destroying their navy, and ensuring that they cannot support their proxies anymore. Israel never said that until now. Until now, it was mostly saying it wants to overthrow the regime. Then it was saying it wants to destroy the ballistic missile program. now Netanyahu put out statements, and he dialed back a lot of what was said about the regime, but he did emphasize that one of Israel's war aims is to create the conditions for regime change in Iran. Create the conditions such that the people will go out and protest. Now, that's already very different than overthrowing the regime. That's already saying maybe it'll happen, maybe it won't. Nonetheless, Israel obviously has vastly different interests than the United States. We just need to look at the target packages of the different countries in order to see this. The United States has been targeting specifically the Navy, the Air Force, the ballistic missile programs. The reports of bombings happened in the areas of Isfahan and Natanz in terms of nuclear programs. Israel has been targeting much more. It carried out the first assassinations of the supreme leader, then the assassinations of the chief of staff and the defense minister in Iran. It has been carrying out drone attacks against the Basij and the Iranian Revolutionary Guards. Now, this could all be obviously coordinated with the United States, and the two are acting in cooperation, but the fact that the United States is focusing on military targets and Israel is focusing much more on the symbols of power and the repressive mechanisms that exist within Iran is already telling about their different aims. Both Israel and the United States have an interest in Iran not having ballistic missile programs, not having nuclear weapons, and not supporting proxies. The United States, however, seemingly, at least according to what's officially been said, would likely be satisfied with some sort of deal that binds Iran to not have a nuclear program and maybe guarantees oil rights or something like that, which we know is very important to the Trump administration. Israel, in turn, is much more emphasizing the ballistic missile program, equally the nuclear program, but also is much more far-reaching. It's talking about regime change, talking about curtailing Iran's economy, and things like that. And that's why we saw that major collision. The only time that we had rumors of criticism from the United States and Israel was when Israel attacked the oil refineries and oil fields in Tehran. The United States went ballistic. And they said, we're with you on this. We do not want to attack the oil facilities. We do not want to damage their economy to that level. Whether it's a new regime or an old regime, we don't want the oil production destroyed. And that is something that clearly differs from Israel. So when it comes to what these aims might be different, the United States clearly wants to sort of bring Iran back to the fold. And I think Trump, in his vision, wants them to realize who's boss so that they have to not violate what he wants. Israel would like to see an entirely different regime, or at least the conditions for that. And one last thing I'll say about that, up until now, there's been sort of mixed messages from Israel and the United States with regards to the protesters. On the one hand, both Israel and the United States have been continuously calling on protesters in Iran to take to the streets. On the other hand, every now and then, the United States has also put out statements saying you have to stay indoors, don't go to the streets, there's bombings happening all the time. In the last 24 hours, Israel, through the Persian Twitter account, the Twitter account in Persian that the Mossad has, put out a statement telling Iranian people, now is the time, take to the streets, take back your country. No reports that has happened until now. And again, that's not, officially the prime minister saying that. That is the Persian Twitter account of the Mossad. But it is something. And it is also indicating, I would suggest, that Israel might be feeling that the clock is ticking until the United States feels it's maxed out its goals in the war. And Israel will say, okay, do something quickly now. Maybe that'll convince Trump to let this go on a little longer. Obviously, speculation on my part, but that's how I'm reading that.
Yeah, you were showing that strike, that red dot on Karg Island. I want, if we can alone, may we look at the wider Strait of Hormuz? Steve is asking, what happens if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed? I'm curious, what sort of activity have we been seeing in and around the Strait area?
So this is the entire Persian or Arab Gulf, depending who you ask. And just to give people a moment of the geography, here we have Iran, here we have Iraq, here we have Kuwait. These are all the countries that have ports in this Gulf. Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Oman. Lots and lots of countries. All of them are either big producers of oil or of natural gas, alongside other resource materials. But oil and natural gas and liquid gas is really what's produced there. And really, the choke point of the straits is this area over here. Now, again, the border that Iran has is all of this. is all of this area. This area over here, we are talking about, if I'm not mistaken, between 10 and 20 miles in some cases. And if we even zoom in, then we can see the amount of little islands that exist here. And all of these are situations that Iran can then use to curtail ships coming through this area over here. Now, these dots are actually Iranian strikes. The Iranian strikes against targets of the United Arab Emirates. This is the United Arab Emirates. This is Dubai over here. And this is Abu Dhabi, the capital. And what we see is that Iran has really been pushing against interests of other countries in the Straits, trying to assert its dominance over here, whereas in turn, this is a major port of Iran, Bandar Abbas, and we can see how many red dots there are there. I don't know if you can see there, I'll expand that a little bit. You can see how many red dots there are here to try to understand how much the United States has been pummeling that area. This is really the choke point. This is really the area that Iran can cut off very easily in order to cut off the world supply of oil. Now, what are the repercussions of that? Give or take 20 to 25% of the world's oil production travels through that strait each and every day. Does that mean that right now the world's going to run out of crude oil? No, it does not. Firstly, countries have reserves. They have reserves in the event, we had the COVID pandemic of 2020 when international commerce shut down. Countries have reserve in the event that something like this happens. One. Two, the United States is trying to do things to mitigate the choke on the Straits of Hormuz. Among others, what they have done is they've released some of the sanctions on Russia to allow countries to buy oil from Russia in order to try to offset this. That said, these things are really band-aids at best, because ultimately the main customers of crude oil that comes through Straits of Hormuz are Europe and Asian countries. Also the United States, obviously. But the largest customers are Europe and Asian countries, and in that we have India and China. These are countries that have mass amounts of production, mass amounts of industry. The opening up of reserves is going to be enough for a week or two. It's not going to stop oil prices from spiking. One more thing I'll say with regards to how the world's trying to mitigate this. If you want to give you back the big map again,
sure.
I'll show what some countries are trying to do, and that is specifically Saudi Arabia, and in cooperation with some of the other countries, are trying to invoke a pipeline that they have. Different countries, because this is the main oil fields of Saudi Arabia are over here, but different countries are trying to employ a pipeline that exists to move oil to this side and then go up the Red Sea and try to mobilize oil through that way. That is possible, but it's going to take time. It's going to be more costly. And one more thing I'm going to point out, that is likely something that the Houthis are waiting for. Our friends, the Houthis, that managed to cut off the port of Aden before, they exist over here. And they are likely waiting in the event that they need to cut off this supply also, they could do that. So that's how the world is trying to mitigate the current situation in the Straits of Hormuz. But all of these solutions are really not going to stop oil prices from spiking, because ultimately it's going to cost more, it's going to take more time, it's more risky. Insurance companies for these ships, that's the thing. Trump is screaming at these companies, telling them, send your ships through, we'll protect them. The companies are saying, yeah, that's all well and good. Our insurance companies aren't going to protect them. So if missiles hit our ships and people die or we lose our cargo, who do we come to then to say we've lost millions of dollars? The United States isn't guaranteeing this. They're offering ships to protect, but they're not guaranteeing what happens if not. As a result, Iran knows this. And that's one of the reasons that Iran yesterday, 2 days ago, all of a sudden put out statements saying these are our terms for a ceasefire. Everyone thought Iran would come begging for a ceasefire. They know that the world is panicking over this. And so they instead put out terms for a ceasefire saying if you want to end this, these are our terms. Otherwise, good luck with the oil prices and the way they're going to go. Iran has said be prepared for oil prices to go up to $200 a barrel plus.
We have President Trump landing live right now in Palm Beach, Florida. The president presumably going to spend his weekend at Mar-a-Lago. These are live vantage points showing Air Force One as it's taxiing. We'll let you know if we see the president taking questions as he gets off the plane. My hunch would be that he won't. He did that while he was getting on the plane. I was taking notes while he was speaking with reporters. He said that they will escort ships very soon in the Strait of Hormuz, although we didn't get anything beyond that. We don't have much more clarity beyond the president saying we will escort ships very soon. The president was also asked point blank, how long is this going to go on? He says, as long as it's necessary, it'll continue to go on. And then he reiterated what we've been hearing from him and from Secretary Hegseth, which is that their military operations, they say, are ahead of schedule. Alon, before we go, I got to ask you about, the part of the world that you and I have discussed most frequently on Live Now, Gaza. Last time I talked to you the other night, we talked a little bit for a moment. You mentioned Gaza is quieter right now, at least compared to some of what we've been seeing up in Lebanon and in Iran. What has been going on in Gaza as of late? Have there been any ripples in the enclave because of everything that's been happening outside?
We have seen a little more of Hamas raising its head, not anywhere compared to what we might have expected if Hamas wanted to all of a sudden cause the region to explode again. Because really, it's one of the things that I'm almost expecting and surprised that Iran has not yet invoked, to tell Hamas, start up again. If you start up again, then the world's attention will all of a sudden turn back to the Palestinian issue, and then it'll be, why are you bombing the entire region, and etc. Now, Hamas is not a proxy of Iran in the same way as Hezbollah, so they don't just take orders. Hezbollah does whatever Iran tells it. Hamas, that's just not the case. It's far more complicated than that. However, Hamas has not taken advantage of the situation and of the fact that the Israeli attention is pointed elsewhere until now. We've seen a couple of things happen that would indicate that Hamas might be trying to a little bit push the needle a little bit further. There were reports that there was an attempted Hamas infiltration into an IDF outpost and the attackers were killed. That's significant, obviously, for the outpost, and for Gaza, that's not different than what we were seeing in the last couple of months. We also saw Hamas put out a video of a military parade that they were doing in the areas of Han Yunis. This is Hamas that is, according to Trump, going to disarm. Remember, we had the Board of Peace, the ISF, all things we're talking about up until 2 weeks ago. The ISF, Indonesia, troops are going to come in. Israel's going to withdraw. Hamas now put up a parade showing its forces with sitting on white pickup trucks, the same way we had the October 7th attack, parading through Han Yunis, pretty much in the open. And that's, again, an attempt to goad Israel, an attempt to show we're still here, and you haven't managed to, defeat Hamas. How are you going to defeat Iran, etc. But we haven't seen substantial escalations that have happened in Gaza. I will say, to some extent, surprisingly, because it would be to the advantage almost of Hamas and Iran to try to divert the world's attention away from what's happening in Iran right now. It is possible that, again, like the Houthis we also thought would retaliate. They're laying in wait. It is possible that will happen later on. Until now, we're not really seeing that. I'll tell you one place that we are seeing some changes, which is interesting, which is substantial anger in Qatar over the fact that the Hamas leadership that is hosted in Qatar refused to condemn Iran for its attacks against Qatar. This put Hamas in a bind, put Hamas in a very, very difficult position, because they, on the one hand, obviously are hosted by Qatar, obviously see Qatar as an important ally and as a mediator that's on their side on the one hand. On the other hand, Iran is, to some extent, the last country in the Middle East that is entirely supportive of Hamas. So we used to have Syria, we had a little bit more Lebanon, Turkey on the fence, it depends, because now they're also being attacked by Iran. Iran was the last country, or is the last country, that is entirely supportive of Hamas through and through. And therefore, it put the Hamas leadership in Qatar in a bind. There are pictures of them going down to bomb shelters because of Iranian attacks on Qatar. Qatar said, will you condemn Iran for attacking us? And Hamas leadership didn't exactly say no. They didn't give an answer. Qatar is furious. They have said that they will expel the Hamas leadership from Qatar as a result of this. They haven't done that yet. They've threatened to expel the leadership in the past. But what we are seeing is that, again, regardless of how this ends, I keep on telling people we don't know how this is going to end, but regardless of how this ends, we're waking up after that to a new Middle East. We're waking up to a Middle East where all the Gulf countries, the Arab countries, now see Iran as a mortal enemy. Until now was a rival. Now see them as an enemy. That's going to lead to an arms race between the sides in order to try to defend the oil fields and etc. And when it comes to Gaza and Hamas and support for Palestinians, this may also have a ripple effect if Hamas is now seen as an outcast of the different Arab countries as a result of siding with Iran, may have effects, may not. But in answer back to your question, in Gaza, we're not actually seeing any spiral that we would have expected to see until now. That doesn't mean it can't happen at any moment, as we know.
As is policy here, anytime we see the president moving, we're going to keep it up on screen. So Air Force One landing in West Palm Beach, Florida alone, just got this in. This is new to us. Israel is planning, according to Axios, Israel is planning a massive ground invasion of Lebanon, officials tell Barak Ravid, noting that the push could turn Lebanon into the new epicenter of the war with Iran by targeting Hezbollah's positions and territory. Okay, so it's been speculated that we might have some sort of Israeli ground invasion in southern Lebanon alone. It appears that Axios is now saying that this is something that they're planning on moving forward with, noting that the push could turn Lebanon into the new epicenter. Ultimately, and again, I'm going to keep these images of Air Force One on the screen while we talk about this. This is breaking news. What would be the IDF's primary objective if they were to go up into southern Lebanon? Presumably, they're looking for any and all Hezbollah infrastructure and fighters that are in the area.
So Israel has a long history of invading Lebanon with ground forces in order to push sub-state actors and terror groups further north. The demarcating line tends to be usually the Litani River. The Litani River is this river over here that goes along this area. It covers, give or take, about 13 to 20%, depending on different areas of Lebanon. And historically, this happened in 1977 and in 1982 with regards to, then it was the Palestine Liberation Organization, Palestinian factions that were firing rockets from southern Lebanon to northern Israel. Then it happened again in 2006 when it was Hezbollah that fired rockets and kidnapped and killed 3 IDF soldiers, and Israel pushed north. It's always about pushing the different terrorist groups further north so they cannot threaten the Israeli border. Then obviously we had 2023 and what happened there. And once again, the deal, the UN Security Council resolution that was supposed to then cause a ceasefire between the sides also said that the Lebanese military will take over that area of southern Lebanon, south of the Litani River, and that there will be no Hezbollah presence in the area. Conceivably, this is what Israel is now planning again. It's planning on invading and securing that area up until the Litani River in order to ensure that there's no Hezbollah presence there. 2 things I'll say about that. One, this is a cat and mouse game. It's a cat and mouse game that even in Israel, a lot of voices are starting to say, but what do you gain with this? If you do that and then you withdraw and then Hezbollah just comes back, that's not a solution. That's not, the total victory. Similar with Hamas. 2 years of war in Gaza, and what do you have? Hamas totally rearmed and controlling now half the strip and now carrying military parades. So there's a lot of voices in Israel that are saying if this operation happens again, it has to produce different results. What might be those different results? That can go one of 2 radical ways. The one way that it could go is what the Lebanese government has been suggesting already yesterday and 2 days ago, saying, let's negotiate. Let's Israel and Lebanon actually try to negotiate towards a permanent ceasefire and maybe even a peace treaty, and that will maybe mitigate the situation. The other are more militant voices in Israel that are saying Israel needs to take up permanent positions in southern Lebanon in order to hold it to ensure Hezbollah does not come again down south.
So we have the First Lady and the President deplaning in West Palm Beach. I'll just stick on this for a moment here, just in case we see the president give a Q&A with reporters. Again, I'm not expecting it. We just saw him do that on his way to the plane. Now as he's getting off, I expect he will walk straight into the beast, the salute. He looks at the media. Okay, we have a fist bump, and then we've got the president going into the beast along with the First Lady. Okay. So we anticipate that the president will be spending his weekend at Mar-a-Lago. And obviously, this is the same place where Trump kind of made that makeshift situation room during the Maduro raid. And then we saw the beginning of Operation Epic Fury. Again, President Trump turning Mar-a-Lago into
exactly
a makeshift.
2 weeks ago, by the way.
That's right. Yeah, that is right. Overnight, I mean, here in the U.S., it was late Friday night, early Saturday morning when the war began. Now we're going to be marking 2 weeks of war. You know, while we're looking at President Trump alone, what are the biggest challenges? What are the biggest decisions facing the U.S. president as this war does move into its second week?
So one correction I'll tell you is moving into its third week. It's concluding its second week.
That would be correct.
And right now, the president really has to decide, I would say, several things. Firstly, he needs to decide if the United States is going to accept the new leadership in Iran or not. One of the things that Trump always does, and he does this, some would say as a political sort of makeshift game. Others would say it's a strategy that has proven itself, depends who you ask. And that is always to be able to present something as success. It's never to say something was not a success. You know, we saw that bombing of Fordo back in June. All analysts said the uranium was not destroyed in Iran. Trump said we succeeded, it was all destroyed. That was not true. Still, that is what he said. Right now, we have a situation where the supreme leader of Iran was assassinated. His son comes into power. His son, by most reports, may even be more radical than him. What does Trump do with this? He needs to either present this somehow as a success or it'll keep going. So in that sense, the United States might say, okay, let's try to actually strike some sort of bargain, some sort of deal, something with the new supreme leader in order to say this actually was an outcome that we wanted or an outcome that we can live with. They're now less radical or less capable. So that's one thing, is a question how to treat Mujtaba Khamenei, how to treat the new supreme leader or possibly order his assassination and continue that. I'm saying it has to be one or the other. It's likely going to be. It's not going to just be this is not the outcome we wanted, but let's live with it. That is not something Trump will want to do. He'll either want it framed as a success or to keep going. Similarly, questions with regards to Iran's Navy, ballistic missile program, nuclear program, and also the opening of the Straits of Hormuz. Those, I think, are the four things. There's also the proxies. I do not actually expect the United States to adhere to Iran not supporting the proxies, also because that's not something that's enforceable. If Iran continues to send suitcases of dollars to Hezbollah or to the Houthis, that's not something that's enforceable. In turn, the United States said that they want to ensure that Iran does not have nuclear capabilities, ballistic missiles, navies destroyed. Those are the things I think Trump is going to have to try to understand. What is he doing with those aspirations now? Is he at some point going to declare it's done? But again, not all ballistic missiles are destroyed, but maybe enough are destroyed. Not the entire Navy, but maybe 80% of the Navy is enough. Or is he going to say, we're continuing to go through all the way? No matter what it is, he's going to declare victory. That, again, is part of his political agenda. But the question of, is he going to actually wait to see some sort of complete defeat? He talked about unconditional surrender. We're unlikely to see that. He's going to wait to see some sort of victory image in Iran. Or is it going to be just one point where he decides, okay, that's enough, and now I'm going to say we destroyed most of their Navy, and that's good enough. We have some nuclear deal, and that's enough. Those are the decisions that he is facing. My own personal prediction, it depends on oil prices. It's not going to depend on what happens in Iran. It depends on oil prices. We are now in mid-March. We all know we're coming up to the midterms, 6 months away, a little bit more than that. That is what Trump's going to be focused on ultimately, because what happens with Iran can be very volatile and come and can go. That is a hard line date that is happening at the end of this year, and Trump does not need oil prices soaring, gas prices going up, and inflation hitting leading into that. So I'd say that is going to be one of the things that determines how he relates to those different facets.
You ask any political scientist, what's the number one thing on voters' minds when they go to the ballot box? It's the economy. It's how much they're spending on things. Alone, we appreciate the information. How can people find your content and your teachings?
Indeed, political scientists all tend to focus on that. Look me up, Israel-Palestine Report on YouTube is my channel. I upload all my updates on what's happening in the Middle East and all my interviews. And also, if you're specifically interested in Iran and trying to understand the situation there, look on my website, alonbernstein.com. I have a webinar coming up this Sunday in 2 days where I'm going to be talking about the history of Iran, the Islamic Revolution, and how we got to where we are now. Happy to see anyone there if you're interested in what's going on in the Middle East.
We'll see you and your interactive map sometime soon. Have a good night. trajectory of the conflict. Today we heard from Secretary Hegseth and General Kane speaking to the media, answering questions about Iran's new supreme leader, as well as their perceived progress in the fight and where things go from here. The U.S., we're learning now, is sending 2,500 Marines and at least one more ship to the Middle East, marking a major addition of troops to the region. Standing by is retired Marine intelligence officer, host of the Strat podcast, and national security analyst Hal Kempfer. Hal, ultimately, one thing I wanted to bring up with you here is what I'm reading is the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit and an amphibious assault ship that are heading to the Middle East together. As soon as I heard about this, I texted you and I was asking you, what is the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit? What kind of manpower does something like this bring to the region?
Well, Austin, what it is it's a Marine Air Ground Task Force. It's specially set up. It's built around a infantry battalion as its ground combat element. It has a composite air squadron with a number of aircraft. Of course, one of the biggest components are the tilt rotor V-22 Ospreys. That is a standard troop carrier that we have with that, but it has other aircraft as well. And then it has a logistics element, what we call combat service support element. And then there's a command element that's commanded by a 06 colonel. And it's a very capable thing. They're all rated special operations capable. They can do a lot of different things. They can obviously go in and do regular warfare, but they also have special training to do things like amphibious raids and various other things that could be very important with what's coming up in the Persian Gulf. If we were to decide to, say, do a raid on a small island or maybe even take a small island, and there's a number of small islands in the Strait of Hormuz, or do something at some other location. But obviously, reducing a lot of those anti-ship capabilities in and around the Strait is a big issue, and this gives us a lot of punch in that regard.
Could an expeditionary unit be a precursor to some sort of larger ground operation?
Potentially. I have to tell you, the MEU is set up to be, it's set up in such a way that it operates as its own command. Now, I used to be a principal staff officer. I was a G2, the director of intelligence for the MEB, which is the next higher unit. That's where you have more things added on. Instead of a battalion, you have a regiment or more than a regiment of ground capability. You have multiple squadrons, which gives you, Marine Air Group, and then you have a lot more combat service support, and it bumps it up to a general officer commanding it. So that builds a larger MAGTF and then potentially going a lot bigger. But if you go back historically, yeah, sometimes the MEU will go into an area first, unless it's heavily opposed. And then they might bring in additional parts, and we'll build it up into a larger type of Marine Air Ground Task Force unit.
For those that are wondering, this is how CENTCOM announced it. They say, by the way, here's an update on something that you and I were discussing yesterday, how a tragic situation. CENTCOM putting this out, saying that all crew members of that KC-135 loss in Iraq were confirmed. All 6 crew members aboard that plane that went down in western Iraq are now confirmed deceased, according to CENTCOM. The aircraft was lost, they say, while flying over friendly airspace on March 12th during Operation Epic Fury. The circumstances of the incident are under investigation. However, the loss of the aircraft was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. The identities of the service members are being withheld until 24 hours after the next of kin have been notified. I wanted to make sure we brought that update because that was something that you and I were discussing yesterday. There's a lot of developments in this war, Hal. We've been asking the audience to send in their questions about the conflict. Thomas sending this in from Harrisburg, asking, how will Iran respond to the deployment? For sure that there will be a deployment of U.S. ground troops, but given what we've heard from the Iranian regime so far, Hal, how do they and how do we expect that they would respond to something like that?
Well, they'll try to respond with probably ground troops of their own. They don't really have an Air Force anymore. We knocked that out. They can't do any naval gunfire to oppose them because, well, they don't have a Navy. So they will try, if there was ground troops deployed, and I'm assuming the deployment would mean if we had ground troops introduced on the ground in Iran, they would try to employ their ground forces to basically counter them. Now, the interesting thing is we control the air. And I mean, we jointly, Israel and the U.S., but we have tremendous resources out there. So if we did, for example, put this relatively small unit of Marines taking a village, a town, a key terrain point or something like that along the coast, and they tried to deploy forces in to attack us, that actually could turn out to be kind of a trap for them, because we have the air capability to take out any convoys, large masses of, armor, troops, whatever. We could actually, basically decimate them or destroy them before they ever got there. So that's how they may respond. But I think right now we're just trying to put an extra capability into the region. And I should point out, in Venezuela, we also had a Marine Expeditionary Unit that was sitting out in the Caribbean while we did the Maduro operation. And certainly that definitely kept the Venezuelans nervous, realizing the Marines are just offshore. Even though it's not a huge force, it does give us a lot of capabilities that we just don't have now.
Could the Expeditionary Unit clear up or perhaps aid and help some of the shipping issues in the Strait of Hormuz? You were talking about those little islands. Those little islands would be in that general area, correct?
Potentially they could. Now, the anti-ship missiles, or what we're looking at now, are sea mines, anti-ship missiles, things along that nature. So, and drones, of course. So in that regard, the Marines might be of some help. But if there's an anti-ship missile coming into a ship, the Marines, if you had Marines potentially, like a detachment of Marines on deck with the ship, that wouldn't help much. Now, if the threat was from pirates or piracy, if they were doing if they were doing things where they're coming up on small boats and trying to take over the ship or something, yeah, the Marines would make a big difference. And that is a historic mission of Marines, is to repel borders and repel anyone who wants to take over a ship. So yes, they could do that. But unless we brought some special operations, I did notice it was 2,500 instead of 2,200, which indicates to me that we may have added one or more units to this complement. So maybe there is something in there that does special things with countering drones or using drones, or maybe doing some sort of anti-air capability augmentation. So all of these things are possible, but I don't. Those details are not public, and I don't know what they are.
Let's look at this live vantage point of Beirut. We've been looking at this on the nightly, basically. And by the way, the time in Lebanon, about a half hour past midnight. It's not uncommon for us to see the IDF carrying out strikes in real time. We know they've been aiming for Hezbollah infrastructure in the Beirut suburbs. Hal, today I was reading that Hezbollah's leaders say that they're ready for a long war with Israel. From what we've seen on the battlefield in southern Lebanon and parts of Beirut, how strong is Hezbollah at this point? Does the evidence show that they are actually up for an extended fight?
That is a very good question, and I don't know how they can withstand that. That they would say they're ready for a long war doesn't surprise me. I can't imagine that they'd say anything else. The correlation would be, would they ever come out and announce, "Hey, we're ready for a short war, but if it's a long war, we're not going to make it"? I don't think they would ever say anything like that. What they're saying is they're ready for a long war. Yes, they are deeply embedded in that area. They have caches of weapons, ammunition. They have a lot of capabilities. They've been there forever. This is not the first time that Israel's got in on the ground. It's not the first time Israel's attacking from the air. So, of course, they're going to make it sound like they're ready. And, yes, they are somewhat resilient. And I'm assuming there are tens of thousands. I don't know what the current count is. There's been a lot of attrition. And when you even look at the numbers, if I had raw numbers like that to say this is exactly what they are, that doesn't mean that they're very well commanded or controlled, or every unit is up to what it was, say, 2 years ago or something. So that's a really good question, if they could withstand it. But obviously the Israel has very good intelligence on what's there. They know exactly what they're up against, and they're bringing in the requisite number of ground troops along with air capability that will be needed to basically reduce terrain. And the big thing is they're just going to push them off hill by hill, village by village, and they're going to push them back and clear all these villages. And I'm not surprised Hezbollah says it's ready for a long war. But I will say this is the big sea change in Lebanon. The government has clearly had it with Hezbollah. They have made it absolutely clear. They've been trying to diplomatically, negotiate for Hezbollah to disarm per the agreement that was out there, quite some time ago. Hezbollah has been dragging its feet, has not been doing that. They want to rebuild back over. They want to build back their capability again. And it's very interesting to see the Lebanese government, duly elected Lebanese government, essentially lining up policy-wise, politically, with the intent of Israel. That's something I have not seen quite that way before. That to me was a sea change, and that's something that definitely has Hezbollah's attention.
We want to make sure that everybody's aware that the president is on the move here shortly. We will do our best to get the president's motorcade as it arrives at Joint Base Andrews. The president will be shortly en route to Palm Beach, Florida. He'll be spending the weekend there. By the way, this is where he was during the weekends where the Maduro situation happened, the Maduro operation happened, and also, of course, when the start of Operation Epic Fury took place, President Trump was in southern Florida for that as well. So we will let the audience know as soon as we have eyes on the president's motorcade. Unclear to us if the White House press pool will get a quick Q&A with the president. They are set up right here next to the steps. If the president does speak to the media, we'll bring that to the audience live. All right, let's get to this question. Johansson with this. Why isn't the U.S., Hal, actively policing the Strait of Hormuz to make the area passable? For example, bomb sweepers, air power with Black Hawk, things of that nature.
Well, we are doing what we can do. It's not. We have a lot of capabilities. We have certainly helicopters in the region. We have minesweepers. We don't have as many. There were some recent reports that and changes that had nothing to do with this done months back, that some of our minesweepers were actually taken out of that region, and I'm not sure where they were redeployed to. But so we don't have the robust minesweeping capability. But then again, to do minesweeping, you have to have some protection for the minesweepers as well. So there's a lot of things that we want to move this through. I think we're trying to build that up. It takes a while, even with we're just talking about the 31st MU. They've got to steam all the way over, on ships. I'm using an arcane phrase, but they have to transit over from ships on ships going all the way to the Persian Gulf region from the Pacific. That's going to take time. It's not going to instantly happen. Announcing that they're going that direction, as we've seen with the aircraft carriers, when we'd say the Gerald R. Ford is moving to the Eastern Mediterranean from Caribbean, that did not happen overnight. It took a lot of days before they were in position. They're going to see a lot of things with 31st MU, and you're seeing a lot of challenges getting all the maritime capabilities that we need for opening up the Strait of Hormuz. But then before we open the strait, we also have to cause heavy attrition of the Iranian anti-ship capabilities, whether that's mines being deployed from small boats, which means going after the small boats, also going after any caches of mines, going after any drones, and they have anti-ship unmanned surface vessel drones that they've been using. So it's not just aerial drones, it's also maritime drones, and then going after any anti-ship missiles. And those things could sit, with the missiles, certainly with the drones, they could sit well off the coastline inland. You could have stuff, potentially up to, say, 50 miles inland. So that's a lot of targets that we have to identify, locate, figure out how we're going to hit, take them out. And that just takes time. Even with the immense amount of air power we have, it's going to take time to cause that attrition, and then also put the forces in place that can reopen the straits by clearing all the sea mines that have been laid.
Al, I have to be quick with you with this last question here, but I was listening into Secretary Hegseth's press conference earlier today. He was talking about the new supreme leader of Iran likely being disfigured. You and I talked about some of the questions surrounding the well-being of the new supreme leader. From what we can tell, can he rule the country without making any public appearances? Can we see him continue to fill the role of the Ayatollah without being in front of the media or in front of the cameras, without us ever seeing him?
Theoretically, yes, but the question is he really making the calls? What they did was a multi-page written press release or written statement that was read by an anchor on the air. If he could talk clearly, if he could talk normally, talk clearly, certainly they would have recorded that. That's exactly what leaders, and to include terrorist leaders, have always done for a very long time. They'll put out an audio recording. He couldn't do that. Obviously, he didn't appear on camera. So, the speculation. I think I believe Secretary Hegseth mentioned he may be facially disfigured. Yes, I've heard that report many times. It could be much more serious. That I've heard reports coming out that say that he was very injured in the blast. May have had internal injuries, liver damage. I've even heard that he may have been in a coma or even be in a coma. All of these are possible when you get nothing but a written statement that may or may not have been produced by him. So we don't know. Obviously, if he's in a coma, he's not commanding anything. But I think there's others around him, obviously, are making decisions, making the calls. So more of a symbolic thing, not necessarily a commanding presence.
Al Kemper is a retired Marine intelligence officer, the host of the Strat podcast. You can listen to Strat anywhere podcasts are available. Thanks, Al.
All right. Thank you, Austin.
Welcome back. Jennifer Griffin, tracking the latest in the Middle East. Let's watch.
The Pentagon is sending
and listen to Strat anywhere podcasts are available. Thanks, Al.
All right. Thank you, Austin.
And on that note, we're actually going to transfer into our overnight. Just going to be cams and chill vibes. Tonight I have an aquarium from Baltimore, Maryland, as well as Fuego, and our standard Jerusalem, Beirut, Western Wall, Tel Aviv, and multicams.
And we're outside.
Thank you.